There are people out there that are tired of every time they criticize the Obama administration or a policy or something that comes up with, or they say they don't like the president, you're racist.
Yeah, and that has been the pretty much the staple throughout. In the last 8 years. Let me ask you this, though. Even with Hillary Clinton, though, we have two candidates now. And, of course, Bernie Sanders is still in this thing, right, although his path to anything, I think, is cut off.
Less than 130 delegates away from clinching the nomination, and there's more than 1,000 delegates still up for grabs. She's going to win it in the next contest or two.
No doubt about it. But we have two candidates now, Hillary and Trump,
yeah,
who have some of the highest unfavorability ratings that we have seen, period, in presidential candidates. I think there is an unrest in America, a dissatisfaction in America that I'm really uncertain about how this is going to play out in 2013. Nathan, I'm going to tell you this. This is what I've heard. This is the rumblings that I've heard. I'm in and out of D.C. a lot, and I travel the country a lot. This is what I've heard. I've heard that there will be a constitutional conservative movement to launch a quote-unquote so-called third party, which I think is chaos, will be the death knell of the Republican Party if we do that. What do you say?
I don't know if that's necessarily what's going to happen, but I'd say the death knell of the Republican Party has already been sounded. I mean, the divorce happened over the course of this election cycle. This political realignment's been going on for some time, but the absolute split and dismantling of the party this election cycle did it in, and that's completely set apart and set aside from what Trump represents, because I think he's bigger than party. And he represents, again, a large-scale movement. One of my big disappointments, because I didn't expect to agree with much, if anything, in terms of policy that Barack Obama would have come out with when he got elected, but I did expect a serious effort for the Barack Obama that showed up to the Democratic Senate convention 2 years before he ran for president, where he was basically saying, we're not Republicans, we're not Democrats, we're Americans. And this idea that he was in a great position to start uniting the country back together, to make a concerted effort towards doing away with the stigma of some kind of institutionalized racism and kind of repair those types of relationships. And all he's done, and every step of the way and every opportunity he's been given, he's taken particularly divisive positions when it comes to political philosophies and where people stand. He's intentionally antagonized anybody whose philosophy disagrees with his, and he stoked the flames of racial tension. Every time a racial matter popped up, he would jump the gun and take a position, whether it turned out to be legitimate or illegitimate. And a president's in a position of responsibility to bring people together, and I would argue that he's done the exact opposite.
Well, this is an argument that the left is now aiming at Trump. They're saying that Trump is divisive.
Trump is just tapping into the anger that's a result of Barack Obama. You can say Obama, is a result of 8 years of George Bush. Great. Trump wasn't even a blip on the radar when he ran the last time.
I don't think he was a Republican.
I would more or less agree with you. But
stay right there. Stay right there. Don't go away. I want you to stay right there. I want another block with you, Nathan. We got a lot to talk about. I'm C.L. Bryant, broadcasting from the jeweled cities of the Arklatex, Shreveport, and Bossier City. I'll be right back with Nathan Miller.
We don't have no plastic LA friends, ain't on the edge of no popular trend, ain't never seen the inside of that magazine GQ. We don't care if you're a lawyer or a Texas. Hey, Joe.
CL back with you on this Thursday. The gateway, the threshold of the weekend. And I certainly hope that each and every one of you are going to enjoy it and be safe out there on the highways, the streets of the jewel cities of the Arklatex and throughout the Arklatex. All of you listening to us across the nation, certainly hope that you do the same. And, of course, remember that this is Mother's Day, and be sure to call your mama. As Bear Bryant once said, I sure wish I could call mine. On the line with me is Nathan Miller, who is a young Republican there in Southern California. He is one of the leaders of the organization. And we were talking about the aim that so many progressive liberals are taking at Donald Trump as far as calling him a divider. And Nathan, you were dealing with that very effectively when we left. Continue.
Yeah, he's tapped into the anger that exists with or without him. And whenever anybody runs for a national contest like President of the United States, they're looking for opportunities to build a constituency. And what you do is you try to identify, current affairs and issues and things that are important to people and where they're at that time. And this was something that clearly emerged. And I don't know if he necessarily knew it would be there when he began running for the president in this election cycle, but it met him right where he was when his messaging started at the get-go. And you can't ignore the fact that movement, that anger and that resentment of what's been going on, that there's a voice that exists in America that's been completely derided, devalued, ignored, antagonized, and there are a lot of folks out there that are tired of it. And I would say that's the hub of what's propelled Donald Trump. And again, I don't think that it's necessarily about him, the individual. It's larger than that, and it's about what his candidacy and his campaign represents. It's largely populist, but there's a lot of fear and there's a lot of anger in this election.
No doubt about it. And since the Republican Party seems to be very splintered in so many cases, you have a lot of the so-called establishment cronies in the Republican Party who are still saying, even at this juncture, never Trump. Do you see, and where do you see, I guess would be the better question, where do you see the healing coming in?
I don't know. It's the weirdest thing, because there's a lot of folks out here. And here in California, I would say that the biggest contingency that's adamantly opposed to getting on board with Trump are all the Cruz supporters. And I was never a fan of Cruz. I always found him to be contrived in his approach to his speeches on policy, and he's not a team player, which I think is a problem. We need a president that's a team player, and you love or hate Trump, he's always willing to come back to the table, and I think he's a different person behind closed doors, and depending upon the nature of his contest or what he's trying to accomplish, you see a different Donald Trump. And he says that his general race will pretty much be more of the same. In many ways, yes, but in many ways, I think you're going to see him take a different direction. And of course, spearheading, taking down Hillary will be at the forefront of that.
I had on the line with me a couple of days ago former Congressman and Senator Tom Price of Oklahoma, who is now retired, say these words, and you mentioned it somewhat in your last statement. You believe that he's a different Donald Trump behind closed doors than the persona that we see. Most people, most politicians, of course, are in many cases. However, Tom brought out this particular point. As Republicans, we don't know who he is. That's the problem that we have with Trump. Ted does need to build a bridge of peace, or the victor in so many cases though should go to the vanquished. The greater king always makes the peace with the little king, and he brings his terms, but he always makes the peace with the lesser king. And I think Trump, if he's going to be big, and even the people who follow him, they need to stop saying, hey, grow up, put your big boy pants on. That's not the way to make peace. The way to make peace is to come to the table and say, hey, listen, how can we work this out? Give you the last word.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on that. And I think Trump has. I read an article about Trump quietly reaching out to folks, in the establishment, throughout the spectrum in the Republican Party. And I think that that's his approach. That's what he's doing right now. I get that when it becomes clear who a contest winner is, and when folks drop out that you sincerely care about, it's interesting how people take it seriously and take it personally. But at the end of the day, you got to ask yourself: is something like Paul Ryan saying he's not ready to embrace Trump, is that good or bad? Does it help Trump? Does it not help Trump? Because his supporters, regardless of what Paul Ryan has to say, they're going to show up, and they're going to show up big in November. Paul Ryan balking at supporting Trump, does that make him cozier for some folks that might be close to Bernie Sanders? I think a lot of common sense folks would say no, but I think Bernie Sanders supporters are outliers, and I know that they're not ready to show up and embrace Hillary, and they don't, and she leaves a bad taste in a lot of folks' mouth. I think that this is going to be an incredibly unique election cycle. Expect the unexpected. And you cannot say that any one candidate is going to win in a landslide or any one candidate doesn't have a chance. I think anything goes in November.
Absolutely. Anything goes. Nathan Miller, always good to have you on with me. Fight the good fight. Out there on the left coast, we're looking forward to talking to you real soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye now.
Bye.
I'm CL. This is the CL Bryant Show. Don't any of you go anywhere. We have plenty more CL Bryant Show for you. Jeremiah Woods is coming up in the next segment, and I think you want to hear this. This is going to be something like you've never heard on airwaves before. There's some clarity that we want to bring to the table here in just a few minutes. I'm CL. Be right back.
Broadcasting from the Bayou State and all around the Gulf Coast and streaming nationwide. This is the C.L. Bryant Show.
C.L. Bryant back with you on this Thursday evening, and all of you know that this is the gateway to the weekend on Thursday, and so a lot of us are living for the weekend. Last night, I took my bride with me, and Michelle was there with her cronies. She had her peeps there with her as well, but I took my bride to, all of you know I love music. And all of you know, a lot of you know, a lot of my old friends out there know that I used to play the jazz trumpet. At least I did my best. But I love music, all kinds. And the type of music that we're about to talk about here with my good friend Jeremiah Woods is my music of preference. When I want to feed myself, my spiritual self, it's my music of preference. But I think that music itself, not necessarily the lyrics. I want you to and Jeremiah's going to shed more light on this for us here in just a minute. Not necessarily the lyrics, but the gift of music is what I'm talking about. Last night, we went to see one of them, who I think is just an incredible performer, great musician, Harry Connick Jr. was at the Municipal Auditorium. And folks, I told you before I left, I told you he was going to torch the place. I think it's on fire still right now when he left there. Joining me live in studio is someone who is legendary in his own right, a musician known throughout the entire world. His name is Jeremiah Woods. He is the worship pastor at our church, Word of God Ministries, where our pastor, Pastor James A. McMinnis, and also a mighty preacher of God, is our pastor. And I want to welcome you back to the C.L. Bryant Show. Yes, Jeremiah, thank you so much for being here with us. You and your lovely wife and child are here with us. Jeremiah, Michael is over there.
We're all in the house.
Doing good. Jeremiah, when we talk about sacred music, now there's a function that you perform in the kingdom of God and, of course, for our church. And it's a gift that you have here in our, let the baby do his thing, okay? I'm not worried about it.
1 year old.
Yeah, and they're only that age one time.
They love to talk.
They love to do it. And he's about to hear his dad on radio. There's a function that you perform, and that is to usher preachers appreciate men like you. I mean, if a preacher can't preach after you have done your thing, there ain't much preaching in him, in my opinion. Tell us about that function. What is that gift that God has given to you?
Well, first of all, I know you talked about loving music, and I absolutely love music, no matter what genre it is. And I like country too.
Me too.
I can go all the way back to an old country song. My sister, growing up, she used to love listening to country, and so I know a lot of old country songs. And it's interesting because I'll intertwine some of those old country and old gospel and all this other stuff into present day music. And something that's about music that I love about music, it transcends generations and it transcends denominations. And so I can sing a song like the old Rugged Cross in the present day, and it still holds power. I can sing a song like a song that I wrote with a good friend of mine called Res Power. And it's about the resurrection power of God on the inside of us that gives us life and gives us power to carry out what God called us to do. And that song will speak not only to this generation, but generations past and generations future.
Right.
And I absolutely love about that. So my job is basically to usher in the presence of God. And like we talked about last time that I was on your show, it's my job is to enthrone God in our praises. The Bible says that He is enthroned upon the praises of His people.
Yeah.
And so basically what I need to do, if I'm getting this picture, it's a literal picture of God hearing our praises and then coming in and sitting down.
Wow.
And so when I sing a song, when I sing glory to God and I sing about Jesus, God walks into the room.
Awesome.
And He sits down in the middle of the praises of His people, and He's enthroned upon the praises of His people. So I am ushering in essentially the presence of God and enthroning him within the room.
That is an awesome responsibility. And now music and worship is not something that's just in 20th century America or 20th century globe. This has gone back through the centuries to to the Jewish times.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about some of the history of that.
Well, music, as we know, modern day music started with the Gregorian chants, and that started all the way back with where they just sang one note, and it was just and everyone sang in unison, and it was beautiful, and they just sang notes. And then later on, the Catholic Church decided to put 3 parts to it, and so now you get the 3-part harmony. Mm-hmm. And the church actually, and a lot of people don't know this, the church basically introduced music and 3-part harmony.
Wow.
And people don't know that. People think, where did it come from? But it goes all the way back to the Gregorian chant, and then the Catholic Church beyond that introduced 3-part harmony. But I was listening to a gentleman the other day, and he said this thing, and it just blew me away. He said David actually introduced music to the church. He actually introduced music to worshiping God. And when David was bringing the Ark of the Covenant back to Israel, he tried to do it right the first time, and that didn't work. Mm-hmm. And so he got rid of the Ark of the Covenant. And he said, I didn't do it right the first time. Uzzah died the first time, and so I should figure out how to do it right this time. So he went to the Levitical priests, and he said, how should I do it? And they said, you have to carry it, and Levites have to carry it, and they have to carry it on poles and all that. And basically, David went back and he did it the right way, and it would have been enough for David to do it the way that the Bible told him to do it, the way that God told him to do it. Just get the Levites to carry it on back. He could have waited at home, and he could have waited for it to come in. But David said it's not enough to do enough.
Wow.
David said, what I want to do is I want to go a step further, and I want to rejoice, and I want to honor God. And so David, in his creative power, he said, what am I going to do? And he introduced music to honoring God. And that's why he was a guy after God's own heart, because it was musical to honor God.
The different genres of music, even though everything, just like and maybe there's not the best example, but this is one I'm going to use. All canines are related to the wolf.
1 minute.
So actually, when we look at the different genres of music that have evolved, you can trace that back to actual worship of the Creator.
Yes.
And that is awesome. We're going to continue with this, and we're going to delve deeper into what it is to be in Jeremiah's case, a literal star in this particular genre of sacred music. I'm CL. You're listening to some of the melodious sounds of Jeremiah Woods right now. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Glory like water, praise like fountains, overflowing from my soul. Strength unfailing, power from heaven, Spirit lead me to your throne. We're calling on your name, for the name of the Lord. He's my refuge. He's my refuge. And I know in Jesus' name.
I love it.
I am
That is the voice. That is some of the music of the young man that I have in studio with me. Dear friend, I love this guy, love his family, love his son. You guys are multiplying, man.
We are.
Yeah, you guys are multiplying. When I met the two of you, you were newlywed. Well, you weren't even married. You weren't married yet.
We weren't.
Yeah, and when you first came here, and then the ceremony took place, and lo and behold, a couple of years later, here we got
Firstborn.
and firstborn son. Jeremiah, you have traveled the entire world. I envy you, New Zealand. I got to tell you, I envy you,
Favorite
New Zealand.
place, hands
Man,
down.
I envy you, New Zealand.
Yeah.
But now, in that, the international reach, music doesn't have boundaries, does it?
No, sir.
So when you go and share your brand of ministry in Australia or even China or wherever you might go, what is it about the notes? What is it about the conglomeration? And I don't really know if I'm putting it right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That moves humanity wherever it is shared.
You know what the interesting thing is, and I just I was able to do a live recording with Israel and New Breed called Alive in Asia, and we went over to Asia and a bunch of different places in Asia, and it's interesting because when we would talk to the people, some didn't even know English, but we would sing our songs and they sang them in English.
Wow.
And I thought that was just extraordinary that they could learn the English words and maybe not even know the meaning of them, but they're singing something, and when they're singing something, they're releasing something. They're releasing a power, and they're releasing their emotion, and they're releasing everything on the inside of them. And what that's doing is it's filling the room with worship. And an interesting thing with that, whenever we are worshiping God, I believe that God is a triune God. So
Yeah.
He is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and that's what we believe. And we could worship Him in a number of different ways. But when you're worshiping God, when you're singing, first of all, worship is not just music.
Right.
Worship is a bunch of other things, and you can worship God in many different ways. So you don't have to limit it to Sunday mornings.
Right.
But worshiping God, when you're worshiping Him through music, music is the only avenue that I can involve my spirit, my soul, and my body. And so when I'm worshiping a triune God, I'm involving my triune self. I'm worshiping Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And I'm involving my spirit, soul, and body. And I'm connecting to Him. And that's why when you hear somebody singing, and when you're singing yourself and you're lifting up an anthem, so to speak, you start crying, you start feeling all these unique emotions, and you're moved not only in your spirit because you're connecting to the Spirit of God, but you're moved in your body as well, and you can't help. It's like that thing when you hear jazz music.
Oh,
when
yeah.
You hear certain types of music and you start tapping your feet, or you've got to find something to tap on, or you start dancing. I like dancing whenever I hear certain types of music. But you
Me
connect
too.
your spirit and then your soul. That's all your emotions, your will, your mind, your emotions, and then you connect your body. And so music is the only thing that will allow me to do that. And that's why worship music is so powerful, because I'm connecting to a triune God, and now I'm connecting with not just the Spirit of God, I'm connecting with the complete God.
The three-part.
The three-part Godhead.
Wow, that is amazing.
music.
You know, when you said that, it made me think about how certain tunes, and you take like Amazing Grace. There is something about, not necessarily the words, even though the words are incredibly powerful. Yeah. But when we hear this, and I do believe that is an ancient tune. I believe it's ancient.
Yeah.
Because there is something about the way that song is bridged and the way it's done that resonates throughout every human being that I have known, that have heard, that hear it. Even though, as you said, they may not know the meaning of the words,
Yeah.
they relate to that tune. And I was thinking that there are certain melodies, certain tunes that I will hear that I may not have heard for 40 years.
Yeah.
But they bring back the smell, the sight, where I was,
Exactly where you were.
all of
Yeah.
that, even
Yeah.
the tears.
Yes.
Sometimes that is the magic. Is that's what you create?
It's absolutely beautiful. I think if I connect with a song, and you've got to be careful because some people connect with a song and then they say that is the spirit.
Oh,
And they
I
go,
see.
I connected with Amazing Grace and that made me cry and that made me this. And so if the church doesn't sing Amazing Grace, then they're not a real church.
Right.
But when you connect to a song, like I could tell you about the grace of God and say God's grace is so beyond, so overwhelming that it moves me. And I could tell you about how God sent his son to die on the cross for me, and that was grace. I got what I did not deserve. Or I can say, Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was once lost, but now I'm found, blind, but now I see. And I can tell you so many different words, but when I say those lyrics, something about those lyrics come together and they transcend emotion and they go straight to my heart and they tell me a story that I could not have told regularly.
Wow.
And so it takes you back to a place where you were once crying or where you once felt all this emotion, because lyrics and music go beyond what you can understand into your soul. That's why when you watch Jaws and you hear two notes,
done.
why does everybody get so scared over those two notes? It's because they know the shark is coming. It's telling you what's coming. Try to watch a horror film with no sound.
No sound. It's not horror. It's not horrible.
It's not at all. You're not going to be afraid. I can tell you that much. But the music transcends what's going on in your mind, and everything in your mind can tell you it's a movie. But when you hear that music, it's connecting to your soul. It's connecting to your emotions. And so it takes you right into that room with the character. It runs up the stairs with the character, and it says, oh no, why am I upstairs? Why didn't I make a straight shot for the front door? And why am I tripping right now? So you put yourself in the film, and it's all because of the power of music.
When I have you back, and I must have you back soon, I want to talk about the evolution that Christian music has had. I've pastored 3 churches in my lifetime, and I came from one of those big choir church. I came out of that background, and now I'm not into any of that. I'm really not. Although I still like the big choirs and all that kind of stuff, still love it, but there has been and I won't say an evolution. There's been a transformation in it. And when we have you back, and I want to have you back real soon. I want to have you back to talk about the evolution of music in the Christian church, even the look of musicians in the Christian church, and because so many people, they got a problem. I don't have no problem, but a lot of people have problems, but. I want to talk about that. We must talk about that and be the bridge. I'm CL. I've been on with Jeremiah Woods, who is an international musician known around the world. And you're going to be hearing much more from him as we go through 2016. Back in a minute. Don't go anywhere. I'm CL.
Felt like number one, the height of summer. I'd never felt that strong, like a rock. I was 18, didn't have a care.
CL back on this Thursday evening with breaking news now, and in studio with me is someone who bears the name of the radio station 710 Keel. I'm in with Dan Keel, and Dan, first time on the CL Bryant Show, but I want to welcome you in here with breaking news, folks. You heard it here. You heard it here.
There you
first. Go. That's my ancestors coming out in me. You heard it here first. Dan, what do we have?
Well, this afternoon, Sheriff Julian Whittington of Bossier Parish had a press conference, which I attended. There was a story that happened a week or two ago involving a young man and a young lady, and the young lady was accused of sexting, and the young man was accused of producing and possessing pornography and contributing to the delinquency of a juvenile. People started complaining. My Facebook friends started complaining, saying that this was a mistreatment. It was Bossier Parish treating the black male differently than the white female. Subsequently, there's been an investigation. There were another victim, another 16-year-old female, and the same gentleman male.
How old was the black male?
17, and the girls are 16. Mm-hmm. So they're all doing things that are not right.
Right.
But there's a difference between the age and the way the law treats the 16-year-old as a juvenile and the 17-year-old who
as an adult.
But they're less than 2 years apart. So
when did the 17-year-old become? I thought 18 was adult.
18 is the age of adult for being a major, for making contracts and things like that.
I see.
But 17 is a critical age, and there's some, we discussed this morning, there's some changing in the juvenile court system, possibly to treat up to 18 in the juvenile court. But this young man was out on $15,000 bail with these charges. The girl was also charged, but one of the TV stations in town came out with a story, and the allegation that was made today at the press conference is that the reporters at Channel 12 knew the facts of this story, and yet they slanted their story to slam the Bossier Sheriff's Department, and in particular Lieutenant Bill Davis, the spokesman.
Wow. Okay, so the young man was charged with what?
He was charged with possession and production of child pornography and contributing to delinquency of a minor.
This is going to be a mess. Let me tell you why. This is going to be a mess because evidently the girl sent him this.
She may very well have done it first.
Yeah, that's the way it sounds.
Right, so people are going, well, she brought it on. What's the
it
problem?
Sounds as though she sent him this.
Right.
And for whatever reason, he may have published it or what have you. Folks, this is the age we live in.
And what's happening, though, the next part of this, which is Black Entertainment Television, BET.com.
BET has stepped in.
They stepped in, and Sean King with the New York Daily News. And that's where people are fanning the flames, and you and I know that things can be a powder keg with just one incident that's a completely benign investigation.
Look for a visit by Al Sharpton.
Yeah, it could happen.
Oh, yeah, look for a visit by Al Sharpton if, in fact, we don't resolve this here locally. And, folks, you must understand that the jeweled cities of the architects, Shreveport and Bossier, we do want attention, but not this kind.
No. And, a lot of people here are not racist. Most people are not. Most of us look at each other as brother and sister, and we move on. But some people are making this a production, particularly the mother of the young man.
Oh, well, sure.
Yeah, who could blame her? I mean, you'd expect that, right?
Oh, yeah, the mother's going to do that, and not saying that. But people sometimes in these type situations look further down the road than they should be looking when something, and sometimes it is an opportunistic type of thing for some. But anyway, we'll see how this plays out.
Sheriff Whittington's going to be on the morning at 8:10 on Keel if all things hold. And
with Aaron and
me.
You.
Yeah.
Robert's on vacation. So Dan Keel and Aaron McCarty, along with Puff.
Yeah. But the sheriff basically is saying, it's a dangerous enough job to do my job the way it is. My guys are out there doing their work, and making this an issue, making this a racial issue, is just hogwash.
There's no need to steer this, to steer the pot on this. There's no need to steer the pot on this. These were evidently, now this doesn't sound like anything nefarious happened other than you had teenagers,
hormones and technology
and man, that is a dangerous combination these days. Especially when young people are not realizing the things you put out on the web.
Once it's out too.
It's there forever. It will never. Your grandchildren will be looking at what happened. Well, thank you for the breaking news, Dan Keel, and all of you keep an eye on this. And let me tell you something. You have now a responsibility, and you can do it, of making sure that this doesn't get any further blown than it is. Cooler heads on both sides of this issue can prevail if we keep it like it is, if we just call it what it is, and not blow this out of proportion. What it sounds like to me, although the investigation is just preliminary as far as my investigation is concerned, what it sounds like to me, and I think Dan said it best, were hormones and technology that have gone awry with young people. It's happening everywhere. So, guess what? It doesn't take a village to raise the child. It takes parents. Listen to me. It takes parents to raise the child. Because there are some things that your child shouldn't think of doing because of the consequences that they get from the parent. But if the child knows that there are no consequences to come from the parent, then in this world of technology, with all of the bells and whistles that can be exposed, and I am using that word in every sense of it, with all of the bells and whistles that can be exposed between young people with technology in their hands and raging hormones on the other, we can run into this situation literally a million times over. Literally. Pay attention to that. Pay attention to what is going on. It is very important. It can be explosive. And Shreveport, Bossier, jewel cities of the Arklatex don't need this kind of foolishness. Let's see if we can resolve this and move on. All right. Tomorrow, of course, we're going to be listening to and analyzing the weekend show. You certainly want to tune into that. I'm CL. We're going to be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
And I
CL back with you, and certainly glad that you are here. We'll take your phone calls now at 320-5335, 320-5335, and I encourage each and every one of you to download the free CL Bryant app onto your smartphones, whether it's Android or iPhone. Download it onto your phone. Now, Mexico, who do we have, Michelle?
Mel on the line.
Mel?
Mel,
thank you for listening. Thank you for calling. What is on your mind, friend?
Yes, well, first off, I still have your cup. Second off, you started at the first of the show. You said that Fox did not have Cruz and Kasich on very much. Well, now Hannity came over the radio and on TV. He said, we've been getting complaints that we have not had Kasich or Cruz. He said, let me tell you what, folks, I have invited them on, and they won't come on.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that guy that comes on at 7 o'clock, I can't remember.
O'Reilly.
Mm-hmm. Last night, he said the same thing. He said, now, you people have said we show favoritism toward Trump. He said, but we have invited Cruz and Kasich. He said, we tried to invite all of them equally.
Yeah, let me tell you what went on with that a lot. Let me tell you how the game is played. And you're right, Mel. They probably did get the invitation, but they did not go on because sometimes, I'm not saying that this happened, but sometimes it is perceived by the candidate that they're receiving different type of treatment than another candidate. And they turn it down. They turn down the invitation. But you know what? All in all, now Donald Trump is the nominee of the party. And the party is going to have to heal. The Republican Party is going to have to heal. Or we better get used to saying President Clinton. Madam President Clinton. We better get used to saying that.
Yeah, yes. And I voted for Cruz, by the way.
Yeah.
But I will go with Trump. What I said, and I said to you before, I'll vote for any R, but no Democrat.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very sad day in this country. A sad day in this country if Hillary Clinton becomes the 45th president of the United States. It's going to be a sad day in this country. And so, Mel, I want to thank you for listening and thank you for calling. The lines are lit up. I got to take another call.
Okay, buddy.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Yeah, he's right. A lot of times a candidate will get an invitation, but based on the way they were treated the last time they were on, because Sean and Ted actually went after it. One interview. I'd never seen Sean do that with Donald. And so, that's the essence of that. Who do we have, Michelle? Bill, I want to thank you for listening. Thank you for calling. What's on your mind, friend?
Recently, I heard Ann Coulter reviewing one of her books on the radio, and she mentioned one particular part in the book that there was a farmer in Georgia that committed suicide in order to get the insurance to keep from losing the farm. And she said that story is in her book, and that Donald Trump had heard about it, or someone on his staff had heard about it, and they sent for that woman in Georgia and brought her to New York and made sure that she did not lose the family farm after losing her husband. I'm sure that Donald did not probably didn't hear of that until one of his staff members brought it to attention. But the mere fact that he did react to it favorably shows me a lot of what he is. I'm 91 years old.
Wow.
And
Bill, you sound fantastic, man.
Thank you. I have never, I repeat, never voted for a for a Democrat for president. I remember the first chance I got to vote for president was during World War II, and I voted for Wilkie. And I saw Wilkie I saw Wilkie go from one horse to the other in the middle of a stream because they said you couldn't change horses in the middle of the stream, which referred to changing horses during World War II.
Wow. Wow, what an interesting history. What was his name? Ronald Wilkie?
Wendell Wilkie.
Wendell Wilkie.
Wilkie.
Yeah. Wow,
I remember that well.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you a long life. Now, let me ask you this now. The same question that I asked the caller before, Bill. Do you think the party can heal itself in this climate? What do you think?
I do if the establishment, if the Republicans, who I have always supported, will get off of their high horse and realize that someone has another idea on how to build a better something than they do. I am so disgusted with the Republicans, and let me tell you why. They had this omnibus bill this year. Mm-hmm. In my history, teaches me, and I remember it well, that during the Eisenhower administration, I believe there were either 6 or 7 bills of appropriation bills brought up. Eisenhower vetoed the first one on the military, and he okayed the second one in '55, and the politicians crammed another 100 B-36s onto the list because of Lyndon Johnson's manipulation of the budget.
And Lyndon Johnson was an incredible manipulator, wasn't he?
He was a great manipulator.
Actually, though, Bill, I got to tell you this. Actually, we need people who are able to get done. People like Johnson who know how to get things done. I haven't seen anything getting done.
We do not get anything done because they have been bullied and beat over by the press when they attempt to get something done. If the head of the Senate and the head of the House would insist that the committee members meet even on weekends and complete their budget before the 1st of July each year, and then present it to the House, and the House is going to vote down on it, and then go back and correct the problems and get it to the Senate by the middle of September.
Bill, I gotta leave it there. I hear the music. Listen, live strong. God bless you and keep you. I hope you have many more years upon this earth. God bless and keep you, man. I'm CL. We'll be back.
Bye-bye.
In just a few minutes. Caller, hold in there. I'll be right back. CL. Back with you and your phone calls, 320-5335, 320-5335. On the line with me is one of my favorite repeat callers, liberal socialist Stephen. How you been, friend?
My brother, it's been a while, CL.
Yeah, it has been a while. I'm going to say to you, as the scripture says, God inquired of Satan. Where have you been?
Man, I tell you, I live a busy life. Look,
To and fro, huh? Okay.
I cannot believe you're not playing Prince. I just can't believe you're not playing.
I did. The week that he died, we played. Well, the day that he died, we played a lot of his stuff. Why?
Right.
Why? You're a Prince fan?
Oh, big time, and I never realized the spiritual awakening that man had in the 2000s, early 2000s.
Yeah, and you can of course see when he died, he was a Jehovah's Witness and all of that, and the stories would go that people would be at their breakfast table on a Saturday morning, and knock comes on the door, they open it, and there Prince was. Can I talk to you for a little bit about?
That man was a genius, but
musical genius, yeah.
I want to offer my condolences for Ted Cruz. And that night I said, "Oh my God!"
Oh man.
Well, look, we just not ready for that. I don't know if we're ever going to be ready for that in my lifetime, but we ain't ready for that.
We're not ready for Ted?
No, there's a spiritual awakening in this country, but it's not the one that you're envisioning, where we all go back to church and pay tidings and...
well, it's not that you have to do that. It's not that you have to do that. There is a spiritual awakening in the country, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
But that spiritual awakening that Ted was talking about was the same one that awakened this nation. It's in our founding documents. Our Creator is in our founding documents. That's what Ted's talking about.
These younger people ain't playing. Okay, they're not playing around with spirituality. I'm telling you.
Sure they are. Sure they are. They're very much into that. Everything's spiritual these days. Not everything is Christian.
But let me tell you, I got to ask you a question.
Sure.
I know you were supporting the man, but here's what I can't figure. And maybe you can explain it to me. Maybe you don't have to.
Sure.
Ted, this is where Ted Cruz really blew my mind. when he went up north to a Christian conference, and at this Christian conference, it was last year, they announced that it was time to start killing gays and lesbians. Now, this is a man of God.
Now, Ted's never said that.
No, I didn't say Ted said it.
Yeah.
The man standing that put the conference on said it.
Well, Ted wasn't responsible for what comes out of somebody else's mouth.
But I would have had something to say. Look,
yeah.
Now with this man, if I'm a man of God, I'm a body of Christ, as you say, with a body of Christ.
Yeah.
I'm going to denounce everything that came out of that man's mouth.
Well, maybe so, but you're still not going to cut off your finger if you're not going to do that.
Come on.
But this is you're beating a dead horse, Stephen. Let me tell you why. Ted's not in the race anymore. It's time to move on. It's time to stop Ted bashing.
The new nominee, I don't even think he believes in God.
Well, that's between him and his God. That's between him and his God, Stephen. And see, that's what you liberals do. You liberals love to point those fingers of judgment at them. But when we say something about you guys, we're being intolerable.
We don't like to judge. I'm just calling it like it is.
No, you're calling it like you see it. That's a difference.
You think that man actually has a strong faith in spirituality?
Listen, as the Pope said, who am I to judge? No, as far as Donald Trump says he's a Presbyterian, and I had a Presbyterian. Now, all my Presbyterian friends out there, don't get mad at me. I'm quoting something that one of you said, and one of you said this, that all you had to do to really be a good Presbyterian is drive by the church occasionally and wave at it. That's what they said.
And I tell you what his faith lies. In God we trust. That's where Trump's faith lies.
And but yeah, in God we trust is still a very important part of who we are, though, don't you think, Stephen?
Well, especially if it's on a dollar bill.
Oh, absolutely, because we're a capitalist country.
Because I don't know how much longer that dollar bill.
Now, hold on. I want to ask you this. All kidding aside, because this is going to become an issue, and it's going to be a racial issue. Harriet Tubman replacing Andy Jackson on the 20. We've had really ugly things said on the internet about that. What do you think?
It doesn't bother me in the least if Harriet Tubman's face is on the dollar bill.
As long as that 20 buys what it's supposed to buy.
Well, that's going to get less and less.
That's for sure. That is for sure. I just want to. I'm gonna have a question and answer on that next week because there's a lot of animosity out there.
I think it's wonderful that they're honoring her. I think it's absolutely wonderful.
I just personally didn't see the necessity for it. Create another bill and put her on that one. I didn't see the necessity in it, except to be politically correct.
With you, but I agree with you earlier. Look, I've lived a lot of cities in this country, and there's no way in Shreveport, Louisiana, that there's no racial bias in the police force or anywhere else in this town. There's no way. There's no way, CL.
That there is none? Well, sure, as long as there's human beings, there's going to be bias as far as prejudice is concerned. But I'm talking about this situation that you're talking about. And Stephen, hold for me because you're going to have to hold for quite a while. But I want to talk about this. I'm going to talk about this when we come back on the other side of the break. But I'm going to have to let you go now, Stephen. But you brought up something that you listen because I'm going to deal with this when I come back. I'm CL. This is the CL Bryant Show. Take care, brother. Yeah. Racial bias doesn't exist in human beings. Right now, that is a pipe dream, and I don't think it will ever not be a pipe dream because since the beginning of humanity, since we've known the differences, since the dividing of the languages, as the scripture talks about, there has been some type of bias that way. So surely here in Shreveport, Louisiana and Bossier City, you're going to have that because we're human beings. We'll talk more about it when I return. I'm CL.
Broadcasting from the Bayou State and all around the Gulf Coast and streaming nationwide. This is the C.L. Bryant Show.
CL back with you on this Thursday evening. You know, the week goes by really, really fast around here. The years, folks, it is the 5th day of May, and nearly 6 months into this year, and it seems like we just celebrated the ringing it in here just 2 weeks ago. But that's the way it goes. When we left you, had Socialist Stephen on, he had left us with, he had a parting shot saying that there is no way that in a city like the cities like Shreveport and Bossier, you're going to tell him that there is no racial bias or animosity on police force. Well, Stephen, I got news for you, man. That is true in any situation. In the person who least feels that they are affected by race or bias or anything of that nature, sure, that exists. I mean, that's just something that exists. You can have all the friends of multi-ethnicities that you want. There is no question about it. But you always have certain prejudices within you, as is part of your human makeup, that just does exist. And surely if you put people in authority who are human beings, and I think other than the dogs, I guess, that are trained to be canine officers, I think they just do their job as they're trained to do it. And sometimes we think that we can get the same type of non-bias as far as the bite of the law is concerned out of a human being. No. A human being is a body of work. And folks, the fact of the matter is all of us are a sum total of our human experience. That's just it. I'll take a few more of your phone calls. 320-5335, 320-5335 is the number to call. Pardon me, if you want to talk about any of these things. But I do want us to keep an eye on this thing that has happened over in Bossier City. And I'm really glad that Sheriff Julian is going to step up and address it. It needs to be addressed.
And that's what this call is about. This is James.
James on the line. Thank you for listening. Thank you for calling. What's on your mind, friend?
I'm doing just fine. Hey, a couple. I heard you say the Methodist Baptist.
Yeah.
I always joked about I'll go to a Methodist church, but I've always said I'm Christian.
Absolutely.
But I always said we hosted a Fifth Sunday singing, and I was teasing some of them from the Baptist church. You know, they were kind of going back and forth. I said, "Be careful now; they may not let you back into church. They're going to see you in there dancing." But anyway, on the racial bias thing, I was when the guy was talking about that, I was thinking about there's always, like you said, there's always going to be that.
Yeah,
that's just human nature. That's the devil in all of us, I guess, to be a way to put it.
Yeah.
But I also noticed that a lot of these people that are screaming racial issues the loudest, they tend to be the ones that are, it's like don't do as I do as I say do type of person.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them, if it wasn't for them screaming that from the rooftops, they wouldn't really have a job.
Mm-hmm. In fact, some of the
people
Yeah, man, I'll name them. I'm not afraid to name them. Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson have made a hustle, and I use that word. They have used this race thing as a hustle for years. I mean, 40 years they have used it as a hustle and have made money off of it.
Well, that's like these people that use the racial slurs and all that. I worked around a bunch of people that tended to be younger, African Americans, and I'm old. I still say black, okay?
Yeah. Well, I say black. I prefer black.
Yeah, we're Americans.
Yeah.
Say you throw in everything else. That's just trying to that to me that just kind of muddies the water, so to speak.
Yeah.
But they throw around these, hey, such and such back and forth and all. And I tell them, I said, for somebody that supposedly doesn't want to be called that, y'all sure enough call each other that a lot.
Yeah, and that has been a conversation.
That you'd be wanting to punch me in the face.
That is.
But it's okay for you to say that back and forth. I said, to me, there's no difference.
Yeah, and that has been a conversation throughout the history. Yeah, that's true. Let me share this with you.
All right.
You may or may not know I have been an interracial marriage for over a marriage for over 40 years now, but a relationship for over 42 years.
Yes, sir.
And my wife and I, we met right here in Shreveport, Louisiana, back in the early 70s.
Oh,
and as you may know, that the world was a whole different place.
Yes, sir.
Back then, back 42 years ago.
Right.
And so there is a certain, and I guess sometimes I need to share more about this, what I've seen as far as the evolution of race in the world. But I want to thank you for your call, and it was a great call, and it is a bridge that we need to build. Thank you so much.
Yeah, when you were talking about the thing about the
Gotta leave it there. Gotta break. I'm CL. I'll be right back.
Mama told me when I was young, sit beside me.
Sometimes it does seem like we're running against the wind in this nation, in this country. And but I got to tell you, we got to stay the course. Americans, we must stay the course. With all of our flaws, with all of our ups, with all of our downs, and all of our shortcomings, we're still the greatest nation. As a people on the face of the earth, we have overcome so much in this nation. And it is because we are a great nation, because we are a great people, and because we have the makings within our founding doctrines that we have for so long adhered to up until this point, that has kept us being a great people. And folks, the only thing that is necessary for us to stray and to fall as a nation of great people is to stray away from the tenets, the core values, the principles that are in our DNA. And those are the tenets of liberty and freedom that all of us have so hard fought, that have been so hard fought to win in so many cases. From the very inception of the nation to right now, liberty and freedom has been the hardest fought. Privilege, freedom, and an opportunity that we have in this nation. The winners of the Mother's Day gifts, it was a bundle type of thing for Chris Abney and Sarah Schwab. Chris Abney, you are a winner of the Bailey's, Akins and Bailey's Fine Jewelers gifts. And Sarah Schwab, you are the winner of Signature Cleaning, $100 gift certificate. And Michelle will be calling you to tell you how to capitalize on that within the next 24 hours. There's no question about it. Within the next 24 hours. Well, she'll call you before then. Within the next 12 hours, I'd say. She'll be calling you. What is this? Well, no, it'll be about 15 or 16 hours. Anyway, she'll call you. And you've won. Chris Abney, thank you so much for listening, and thank you for entering the contest. And Sarah Schwab, you are the winners, and I believe I got the designations right as far as what you get, but she'll make that very clear when she contacts you. Kill listeners, we're going to be giving away things here on this show, so be sure to tune in. You just never know. And I want to thank Akins. Akins, go out there and see our buddies there at Akins. And go buy Bailey's. You'd be amazed at what Gary Bailey and Paul Little can do with jewelry. You may want an heirloom. You may want a family crest. Those are cool. They can do it. And then our friends at Signature Cleaning. At Signature Cleaning, let me tell you, there is not a better story of success than this story that is told by Signature Cleaning. People of integrity, all three businesses, all three, Akins, Bailey's, Signature Cleaning, people of absolute integrity. I certainly do appreciate them for sponsoring C.L. Bryant Show. There's so much that we have to talk about. I wanted to get to today. Little Marco, as Donald Trump called him, is on the short list of prospective VP, vice presidential selections. Not sure he'll be the best one, but hey, I was hoping for someone who'd be a little bit more conservative. I'd like to see Ted become the Attorney General, and I'd like to see my friend from Utah, Mike Lee, be appointed to the Supreme Court if Ted could become President of the United States. But, folks, you can rest assured that if Hillary becomes President of the United States, all bets are off. But one of the good things about it, if Trump becomes President of the United States, we have Whoopi Goldberg, Alec Baldwin, and people like that. Al Sharpton even. say they're going to leave the country. Alec Baldwin, Whoopi, Al, see ya. If he becomes president, see ya. It might just be worth it to see them board that plane for parts other than the U.S. Go Trump. If that's the case, go Trump. I haven't put the jersey on yet. I haven't put the Trump jersey on yet, but gee whiz, if it comes with some of those perks, I just might have to buy into it. I'm going to be back to close out the show here in just a little bit. Also, I see that Florida Governor Rick Scott is on that short list, and my good friend Alan West had been mentioned as one of the possibles that could be on that VP list, and that would be absolutely great. I would just love to have a close friend who is the vice president of the United States. So, hey, I may have to talk Alan up. Folks, we're living for the weekend now, standing on the threshold. It's Thursday evening, and I certainly hope you remain safe out there, and you remain safe throughout the rest of the weekend. Don't forget to tune in the weekend show tomorrow that's broadcast in some other parts of the country. I'm CL. You're going to really love this weekend show. Zach Dasher, along with Eric Gollop, will be with me. CL back to close it out. And as I was saying when we left, don't miss tomorrow's show. Zach Dasher is on with me. He is a businessman and also part of one of the most interesting families in the entire country. He is the nephew. His mother is the sister of Phil Robinson, who is Duck Dynasty fame, cousin to Willie. And he's going to be on with me, but he is much more to Zach than just being a part of that family. You will see for yourself. Pardon me. We got to get that guy in here we got to get our guy, Air Innovations, in here to take care of this, because it's gotten better.
It has gotten better.
But I'm getting to choke up again at the end of the show.
That gives me a chance to talk.
Gives you a chance.
I do it on purpose.
Bail me out.
There you go.
You're doing it.
So,
You're
yeah,
spreading
this
this white
weekend,
powder around.
That's right. I do it just so I can get a word in edgewise around here. Jay, that was a great song to play, Working for the Weekend. Loverboy's coming to Shreveport. You didn't even know who that band was, CL.
No.
No. You're a little bit too old to know that song.
Thanks.
So Zach Dasher and your friend Eric Golub. Now, he's that comedian from California.
Eric Golub is the comedian from California, although there was a very serious side. Yeah. Although he was funny. Don't get me wrong.
He's kind of a little depressed right now, CL.
Yeah, he shouldn't be depressed. Well, he said he was going to kill himself.
There are a lot of our friends, yours and mine, that took this Ted Cruz thing badly. I mean, we do know people that actually changed parties. I know people that changed parties yesterday to independent. I don't understand it because I'm a Republican.
When socialist Stephen calls in and tries to rub salt in the wound, well, that's not the way to build a bridge. That's not the way to build a bridge.
Well, this is the deal. At the end of the day, Trump and Hillary and Bernie is still in the race. I'm saying Bernie's going to run as an independent and make this a three-way race. Because if Bernie was going to get out, he already gotten out. And he's like, no, I'm not going anywhere.
I tell you what, I'm talking about Bernie tomorrow. Bernie wants something. He wants
Trump to make him VP.
And well, you know what that'd be. Ooh, I'm not going to even comment.
What would that be?
I'm not even going to comment on that because I haven't put my Trump jersey on yet, and I don't want to burn my Trump card before they ever issue it.
The Trump card.
I don't want to burn my Trump card before they issue it to me. And so they haven't issued me my Trump card yet.
Well, they're going to give you a little bit of time.
What do you think about the Hillary woman's card? Well, it's too late.
Yeah.
We got to go.
Next week.
Well, stay tuned, folks. I'm CL, and I want to thank God for bringing us to the close of yet another day, and I want to thank him for our men and women in uniform around the globe who defend our rights to speak our mind. And until I'm able to talk to you again, may God bless and keep you all.
Stand by your side, and the bond will never be torn.